Yep. An auspicious start to the day. I started out, my mic was muted, and apparently my internet is being slow, even though I'm plugged into it. That's all right. I am so ready for today. I am excited to be here. It was a long week, a very productive week. It was it's like traumatic to have this little internet signal going. Let me make sure that it's actually, yep, it's all plugged in. So there's literally not a single thing that I can do to improve it. Okay, cool. It was a long week, but a good week, a productive one. And I am excited for this morning. Had my Tuesday and Wednesday live streams and took a little break from working on my podcast on those days. And now I have a variety of tasks that I'm going to tackle this morning, and I'm excited about that. I'm going to start off the first 10-minute sprint with doing my morning pages, because that always helps me get my thoughts organized and kind of helps kickstart my day, finds a lot of solutions. Good morning, Carrie. Okay, I would have called you Atlantic, which is like a cool name, like you're a mermaid. Good morning, Carrie here. Got to finish writing my school reports. Oh, okay, before you can do Nano. Oh no, it's only April 2nd. You're not behind. You can do it. Yes, it's going to be okay. You can catch up, and it's the weekend now, so hopefully you'll have a little bit of extra time. What's your Camp Nano goal, Carrie? Are you going to do the traditional, like November 50,000 words in a month? Do you have an editing goal? Yeah, let me know. And you're doing school reports. What grades do you teach, Carrie? What subjects do you teach? Here we go. I always have all the questions for everyone. I'm always just so interested. You're a teacher in the Atlantic region of the United States, the Atlantic seaboard, I'm guessing, based on your name. That's very cool. Okay, well, I don't know how many school reports you have left to do, but I will go ahead and get us into this first 10-minute time block, and hopefully it will help you focus and get some more of them knocked out. Okie dokie. All the best to you. You can do it. Oh. Hello. We're back. Oh, we have some messages. Oh, good morning. Good afternoon, Allie, Alexis. Good to see you here. You have off until Monday. That's awesome. That's a nice long break. How was your work week, Allie? This is your first week doing the job, right? Working at like a carnival, is that right? Oh, Carrie too has today and Monday off. Oh, right, Easter weekend. Is it because of Easter weekend? Right. It's still a pandemic. It's still hard to like mark time. I swear probably 5 or 6 times this week, I got different reminders. I'm like, right, Easter is this weekend. It's just funny how things are so different. We need a break from your 50-pound boots. Oof. You're going to have strong legs. At least I would sure think so. Your brain needs a break from crazy elementary kids. Carrie, listen, I don't know how you do it. I know some people are wired in different ways, but like that is an amazing job, a challenging age group. And I just want to say thank you for being somebody who takes on that work and is shaping young minds. I mean, I still remember my teachers from that age. You know, they're the first teachers to make an impression on us. And I think it's such important work. So God bless, basically, is what I'm saying. Take a break from it, definitely. Okay, Ali says, amusement park, Blackpool Pleasure Beach. I will look it up. Blackpool. Okay, I do remember you saying that you were from that Lytham St. Anne. Oh, here it is. I put Blackpool and there it came right up. Okay. So then Ali, how long are you are you working there for like this season? Is it open year round? And what kind of things did you do when you were there this week? UK's most iconic theme park. Okay. It says it's closed, but I guess it's back open. Were you doing like prep or something to get it back open? I would think that when things are safer, a place like that would be really important for people to have because it's outdoor and it's something that people can do to just to get a break from being inside and actually get some fresh air. You rode roller coasters. Was that enjoyable for you? Some people really love roller coasters. Oh, it's just seasonal. Okay. One of my best friends spent several summers working at a non-iconic amusement park where I'm from, which is Des Moines, Iowa. She enjoyed it because they could ride free rides when they weren't working. Oh, Carrie says, I'm actually starting a new job next Friday, moving to a school that focuses 100% on learning disability children. That's beautiful. Is that like your dream? Like, I mean, that's a very specific job to take. So like, is that something you've been working toward, or is it just like something that is a new passion? I'm telling you, when I say I have all the questions, I do. Whatever you want to share, you don't have to type all the answers to my questions, but that's wonderful. Oh, you're from UK originally. Southeast towards Wimbledon tennis. I have so much to look up on Google Maps. The Southeast. Is Brighton in the Southeast? And what is the name of the town where Wimbledon takes place? Is it called Wimbledon? I'm looking it up. Wimbledon. Okay. I found it. I'm learning so much already. I see the little dot on the map. And there it is in the southeast of England. Okay, but it's maybe not terribly far from London, or is this Wikipedia entry misleading me? I have a thing where if somebody mentions a place, could be the next county over from where I live, or, across the ocean. I have to look it up on a map. My sister, it's interesting. My sister is 12 years older than me. And we didn't grow up together. She lived with her mom a couple hours away, so I saw her as a kid, but we weren't like growing up together. And I learned just last Christmas that she's exactly the same. Someone mentioned something and we have to look it up. Okay, so Wimbledon is not terribly far from London. Okay, wonderful. Freaking Nickland. I don't know what Nickland means. I've always had an interest in it, soft spot for those kids. And Wimbledon is a 20-minute train commute from London. Okay, very cool. Train. I wish we had a train here. I mean, we technically do, but it doesn't really help me at all. I was just talking yesterday. I lived in France and I've spent, a substantial amount of time in Europe, like Switzerland, Ireland, and it's so nice to have the option of having public transportation if you want it, so you don't have to drive everywhere. I miss it. Okay. Well, this has been most enlightening and a really fun chat. Let's go ahead and dive into our first big sprint, a 25-minute sprint. I have got to go and get breakfast. I just have a little scone that I need to heat up. I'm going to go do that real quick, and then, but we can be real productive during this time. So let's go ahead and kick it off. The timer, I will verify that the timer is moving this time, Carrie. Here we go. I was fading it in slowly so as not to startle anybody. I looked at the time with like 40 seconds left. I'm like, okay, wrap it up soon. And in that amount of time, I just dived right back into what I was doing and then got surprised, even though I knew that it was coming. How was that? How'd that go for all of you? Okay, Carrie said, miss the UK transport system so much. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm guessing Nova Scotia. I have no idea what Canada's public transportation system is like, but I'm guessing maybe in Nova Scotia it's even less, is just smaller, I guess. I don't really know a lot about it, but yeah, I'm with you, Carrie. Hello, L.E. Nice to have you here. Do we call you L.E.? I was in another stream where someone called you Vera, and I was like, oh, could also call Ellie Vera, so let me know. Oh, Allie Alexis. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure if you're still here, Allie Alexis, but I'm glad that you were able to join us for that time. And now you are getting some good food after a work shift. That's great. Morgan is here. Morgan is an actual IRL friend in my world. Good to have you here, Morgan. What are you up to this morning? And then Dia, let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Good to see you here. What are you working on this morning? I am working on my podcast, just some planning. I wrote down a list of interviews to schedule, and I'm thinking in this next sprint, I will do some interview reaching out so I can get those just on the books, because that will be helpful. Oh, okay. Oh, we have more. I didn't even see everything. Just told me that there is more comments. Oh, CB is here. Good to see you, CB. Got your report transcripts done. That's awesome, Carrie. So does that mean that you are going to switch to Camp Nano stuff now? Like you're free and clear to switch over. Daya. Okay. Well, actually, Daya. Now I'm Daya. Okay. Now I'm doubting myself. I would read that as Daya. Okay. You're okay with both L.E. or Vera. If you're used with L.E., I'm up for that. Real name is Lisa by Ratna. That pen name. Okay. I think I'll stick with L.E. Working on Camp Nano. Okay, good. We've got some Camp Nano people working on sci-fi. Carrie's is about a religious cult. Carrie, did you say if that was fiction or nonfiction? I got to scroll up. Nonfiction. Okay. Interesting. That's a ton of research to do a nonfiction book about something like that. It's a hot topic these days, though, so I'm sure that was super interesting. Lots of documentaries coming out about different things like that. Very cool. And Daya is writing sci-fi. Let's see. Daya, whereabouts in the world are you? Is it morning where you are right now, or are you somewhere in the Eastern Hemisphere, I guess, of the world? Let me know if you want, of course. Oh, yes, CB is writing. Right, I remember you mentioning that, CB, that it's a Marvel fanfic mashup, right? Okay, how's that going? And Ellie, too. Ellie, what are you writing for Camp Nano? Oh, it's fiction. Okay. Right. Okay, too focused on reports and writing about kids doing, okay, you're like doing nonfiction, like your work is nonfiction. Yeah, like your worlds are colliding. I understand. Okay. So you're inventing one. That's pretty cool. Daya, tu es français? Je parle français, mais ça fait très longtemps que je parle avec quelqu'un. J'habite aux États-Unis, donc bien sûr. Mais oui, j'ai habité à Poitiers il y a 15 ans. Oui, je suis retournée aux États-Unis il y a 15 ans. Ça fait longtemps. J'ai passé 2 étés à Genève et donc j'ai eu l'occasion de parler le français, mais quand même, ça fait 10 ans que j'y suis allée. Donc. Mais c'est toujours, je suis toujours très heureuse d'avoir quelqu'un qui parle français dans le stream. Je ne sais pas comment dire en français, le live stream, je ne sais pas quel est le mot pour ça, car ça n'existait pas quand j'ai étudié le français. YouTube? Non, il n'y avait pas de YouTube. Anyway, okay, sorry everyone. It's not very often that I actually get to freaking speak some French. And when I have that opportunity, I try to take it. Oh, that's very kind of you to say. Where are you in France, Daya? Are you a French person? Or are you someone who just happens to be living in France right now? I would be very interested because, of course, I am. Okay. All right. Enough with the speaking in other languages and yeah, speaking in other languages. This was a very fun chat, though. I enjoyed hearing from all of you. Let's go ahead and get started with our next 25-minute sprint. I feel like I've got a good goal. All you Camp Nano people, get all the words and let us know how you did afterwards. All right, here we go. I'm gently bringing us in with my playlist and fading it out. How was that? That totally caught me off guard. I was just so into what I was doing that when that timer went off, I couldn't believe it. Did you see my jaw drop? I was like, what? I got a couple people reached out to for podcast interviews. And once I get that message written out, then that makes it faster to contact other people. So I'm happy about that. All right, let's see here. CB, listening to classical music for focus. Good call. AllyDeatherageArt is here. Got done teaching and eating breakfast. Wonderful. Good to see you, my friend. Yaza, I was just thinking about you earlier this week. I was thinking about the live stream while I was making my bed one morning. I was like, wow, I can't believe it's already April. I started these in February, and I was like, hang on a second. I wonder if Yaza will be back. Look at that, April 2nd, and here you are. Long time no see. How was your month off? Do you feel refreshed, like you got a good break from internet and the live streams and everything? I hope that it was refreshing for you. Let us know if you've been up to anything fun, and that includes if you just kind of took a breather from a lot of stuff. So welcome back. Alrighty, Di got 175 words, CB 470. I love to see those numbers rolling in. Except it will all be terrible words for now. Isn't that what Nano is? Nano is like, write the worst words possible, but at least you have words on a page that you can build on, because it's so much easier to improve. One of my, when I started on my writing journey, really, I did a lot of writing beforehand, but when I was starting to take actual steps toward writing, in 2017 especially, I saw a quote from Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon is the creator, genius, comedic writer of Community and Rick and Morty, the things he's known best for. Community is one of my top all-time favorite TV shows. And I remember finding this quote from him that went something like this, like, just on purpose write the worst draft, just a crappy draft, just to get something started. No, this is definitely in no way verbatim. He said it much better than this, but like, he's like, purposely do that, because when you have your writer hat on, just write. He's like, because the thing is that you can take that hat off and put your editor hat on and make it better. And you'll be hard on yourself as an editor. So be easy on yourself while you're writing, and just write the crappiest stuff you possibly can. That, here it is 5-ish years later. And when I'm writing for work, which is pretty common, or a podcast episode, if something in me starts to hesitate, I'm like, just write the worst possible thing you can on purpose. And it just like sort of gives me some freedom. It removes any kind of barrier that I'm having. And I'm like, I just use all of the passive verbs I can, and I don't describe anything. I just like don't even make myself try to write well. The thing is, though, that in the process of it, it just gets me started. And then you start to, I don't know, maybe make it better or maybe not. Not during NaNoWriMo. During NaNoWriMo, just like trying to go as quickly as I can. Let's see here. Dia is writing on quite a difficult topic. The beginnings of the universe. That's a big topic. Maybe the biggest. That might be the biggest topic. Are you just kind of like creating your own story around it? That's quite an undertaking. Yes, CB, the classic NaNoWriMo refrain, save and back up your work. I tend to, when I'm doing classic NaNoWriMo, I write in Scrivener and then I back up to a USB drive and to Google Docs. So I have like those two places. LE Classic FM, didn't realize it was Hall of Fame Day. I don't even know what Hall of Fame Day is. I would suspect that it means that all of the best musical composers are being featured, those in a Hall of Fame of sorts. Let's see, Yaza has been relaxing, doing a bit of schoolwork here and there. That's great. That sounds wonderful, being in the real world and not just the virtual world. Virtual world is great. Yeah, sometimes you need that break. LOL, Allie. That sounds big banging. I added the big in there, but I really liked your joke. Got a great idea for a YouTube series. Gonna be scripting during this stream. That's cool. Yaza, did you find that taking the break helped you get new ideas? Or have you had this idea for a while and you found that it refreshed you enough that now you're kind of ready to go forward? I took last weekend, I really took a break all weekend. After the live streams were done, I didn't do any other kind of work the whole rest of the weekend. And that was a hard decision to make. But once I made it and got into relaxation mode, I was so glad I was doing it even just those couple of days. When Monday began, I felt like I was in a much better place to start the week. That's not going to be an option for me this weekend. But that's why I think you just got to take those opportunities where you can. Allie is channeling awesome Devin puns. Yes, he's very good at those. Speaking of Scrivener, just got Scrivener 3. Had Scrivener 1. I wonder which one. I probably have an older Scrivener. You didn't really like it. Maybe the latest one is working for me. It's more modernized. I feel like I know what you mean. I must only have the original one because it is not modernized. I'm gonna have to look at, did you have to purchase it, Ellie, or did it just update for the new one? It's been a while since I opened it. Whenever I say it's been a while, I have to sing it's been a while. Does anybody here listen to Comedy Bang Bang? If you do, then you'll know why I have to do it. I can't not do it. And it's my live stream, so I can. Okie dokie. Oh, Carrie, keep meaning to make a channel, but scared to upload stuff. It is a big step. Yeah. I think in my experience, well, I haven't done like personal videos. I've done a lot of videos for work, but yeah, it's a big step to put yourself out there in that way. Have you considered live streaming first? I don't have time to make videos right now, but I've enjoyed live streaming, and it's a big step to take for sure. I think once you take the step, it gets a little bit easier. But yeah, I think that first step is the hardest. Well, if you want encouragement, we're here for you. I'm sure, you have a lot to say. I don't know what you would want to talk about on your channel, but I'm sure we can definitely use your voice. So whenever you're ready, go for it. And if you are ready and it's just a matter of taking that first step, just hit that publish button. It's really hard, but I think that doing it that first couple times will help you. And just don't worry about it being like perfect. You just got to start somewhere. That's my 2 cents. I know that we would watch it. Okay, Yaza says doing a bit of both everyday things like cooking, gym, and the shower. The idea just kept growing into proper idea. Say not to touch it until camp. Yeah. Ideas like that where they kind of start somewhere back here and then they just kind of like work their way up. And then you're like, hey, it's an actual thing now. That's cool. Yes. And when you're not thinking about it, like some other part of your mind is like developing it. I get that. think you can get it for 49% off or free updating depending on when you bought it. Okay. Okay. I'll have to check that out. Awesome. I had not even heard that there was such an update, so I'm really glad. Oh, this timer just kept right on going. How dare you? Yeah, I'm glad that you, glad that you told me about it. Now I need to answer this YouTube quiz. When deciding how to build your next website, oh, Wix for sure. Well, that was quick and easy. Okay. And we got an advertisement. I thought if I answered the quiz, but that was actually for a different video. Wow, YouTube. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and, oh, okay, we got a couple more. Lifestyle, teaching and write. Yeah, I wondered actually, Carrie, if teaching would be one of the things that you would talk about. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think people would really enjoy it. I bet other teachers would love to hear your perspective. And as not a teacher, because that's a sentence, I too would be interested in your perspective. Okay, all right, 25-minute block. We are starting it off. I'll talk to you on the other side of it. Hello. Wow, I felt like I was in my own world during that whole time. Like, oh boy. Oh, I just got a message. Okay. Yeah, I was deep into everything during that. How did that go for the rest of you? Okay, let's see here. Where did we leave off? I guess 25 minutes ago. Yaza says, my life isn't interesting enough for lifestyle vlogs. I bet it is. You live in Australia. To me, that's like naturally interesting. If you just, didn't you say you lived in Perth? Is that right? It's been a while. It's been a while. More of a comedy sketch. Ooh, that's fun. What kind of comedy do you like, Yaza? Yes, we love watching teachers' videos. Ally does. I can testify to that. CB said, my first Camp Nano in 2012 was a disaster. The laptop I had got a virus and lost 23,500 words. I agree with Ally. No. Oh, man. That happened to me during law school final exams. Not exactly the same thing, but it's super stressful. Anyway, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through. Oh, that's why you're so strict about backing up. Yes. When that happened to me in law school, I was working on a take-home exam and I lost a bunch of it, but some of it I was able to recover. And I get it. Since then, yeah, backing stuff up. Once you go through that kind of a loss of your work, it makes the prospect of backing things up like that, like it's so much more important. And I think it makes it so much more real. So thanks for reminding us on that. CB, you're going to go to Stations of the Cross at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Oh, that's really cool. You know what, CB, are you talking about St. Patrick's Cathedral in Northern Ireland, in Downpatrick? I have been there. I actually just talked about it on a podcast episode. Oh, maybe you're actually there virtually and so you're not here anymore. Well, that's okay. If so, I didn't know they had that. I might go ahead and look that up. That's a good Good Friday activity to participate in. I went to that cathedral first to tour it in the museum, but then I had a friend who went to school in that town, and so we went there at Christmas time for a carol sing. It was really cool. Okay, that's awesome. I have to look that up. I'm so glad Stevie mentioned that. Ally is doing reading sprints. Nice. Ally, what are you reading right now? I'm not sure if I'm up to date on what you're reading right now. You have to let us know in the comments. I got 250 words. 250 words is more than zero. And whether it was like interruptions or just like thinking about stuff, I mean, all of that, our creativity doesn't exist in a vacuum. So the fact that you got something done is great. Congratulations. And then, okay, yes, in Perth. Okay. If you just did videos about walking around Perth, I would watch them. It sounds so good. Ellie, I've lost words before too, so make it a habit. Oh, automatic saving by Google Docs is, yes, it makes it too easy. It lulls you into a sense of safety. And then you're like, oh no. Yeah, I get that. Allie's reading Remember Me? Obviously, I didn't. By Sophie Kinsella. I have read, I think it's been like quite a while ago, but I've read a couple books by Sophie Kinsella. I seem to remember liking them, enjoying them, and I think that you did mention to me. Was there maybe a book that you had started by her that you didn't like as much? Is that right, Ally? Carrie got nothing done, got set up at Tim Hortons. Canada's Duncan. You were actually there? So there's something so exotic about Tim Hortons, because I mean, it's been a long time since I was last in Canada. Let's see, 23 years, I think. I I was in through like some family trips in and out of Canada, and family trips, and then like a class trip in junior high and middle school and high school. And Tim Hortons, I just know that it's just so classic Canada. And so it seems so exotic to me. Dunkin' Donuts isn't exotic, and I know that they're so similar, but I'm like, ooh, I would have my loons, right? My $1 loons and loonies and toonies, is that right? Oh, it's all coming back to me now. Celine Dion and Meatloaf, but okay, it seems super fun. But I'm glad you got a change of scenery. So true. I'm not really going into places and hanging out here yet, but I have gotten to like some outdoor areas where there's plenty of space, and it's been so nice to get out and about. So that's great. I was just thinking during this last sprint, it's time for me to get some coffee too. I had one this morning, but I'm ready for another. Ellie is working on a character sheet. Fantastic. Those are fun to fill out. That's actually a thing. They're called birth walking tours on YouTube. Yeah, but Yaza, you would give a different flair to the walking tour because it would be birth through the eyes of Yaza. But ever. That was a different author. Read. Okay, so you like Sophie Kinsella. So that's it. I read the first Confessions of a Shopaholic book, but it was a long time ago. But I remember enjoying it. I thought it was good. And then I read another one by her. Or was that the same one? Actually, that might have been it. I think that was it. It was a lot different from the movie. And it's actually a book, even though it has been so long ago, that like my imagination of certain scenes from that book will still float to mind. That's a good book if you think about it so many years later. Loonies and Toonies. That's so fun. Okay. And yeah, Allie, that would be really good. You got a lot of characters in your world that you've been creating for so long. I bet character sheets would be super helpful. That first back, that's Analyze and Save the Cat. I do have Save the Cat. I got it for Christmas. I just have not had time to look through it, but I'm really glad that I've got it in my library now. So when the time comes for me to actually get back to writing some form of fiction, it'll be there for me. I think it's a really helpful book. Wow. I'm just so proud of this group. We're doing it in our own ways. We're getting stuff done, using our sprints, doing Camp Nano stuff. I think that's great. Ellie, did you tell me, I'm sorry if I'm not keeping it straight, did you tell me your Camp Nano goal? I'm sorry if you did. Okay. Well, how are we feeling? I think we seem to be feeling pretty good, right? I got a few more messages sent to people. I said, actually, I have another one to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've sent out 5 podcast interview invitations so far. Speaking of which, Allie, our interview is tomorrow, right? We got to make our plans for that. Oh, you did say your Camp Nano goal was to get to Act 3. That's right. I don't know if I'll remember that, but thank you for reminding me. I know you can do it. End of statement. Okay, I'm saving these last 3 interview invitations I need to send are to people I don't know as well. I know them, I've worked with them, but they're not like people. It's different from asking people who I've known for 20 years or have worked with a whole bunch. It feels like I'm really asking something of them to be on the show, even though many of them have expressed interest in coming on the show. But I'm like, I'm actually making the ask. So I have to be brave about it. I'm trying to get a bunch of interviews scheduled during April. It is April. So we'll see. It just kind of depends on, I haven't gotten any responses back yet. But I mean, for one thing, once you get started doing interviews, it becomes a little bit easier the more you do them, kind of get into it. So there is a benefit. Plus, just getting all of that recording out of the way will help me for the rest of the season. But it does tend to become a lot. So probably some of them will end up being in May. One of the interviews is for my birthday. I do an annual birthday episode because I have two friends who have the same birthday as me. And so the three of us, this will be the third time that the three of us get together and do a birthday triplets recording. It's just a fun thing to do. And then these are two very dynamic women who do all kinds of things to make the world a better place. And that's, basically the topic of my podcast. Okay, I think we've had enough of a break. Stand up, do some stretching. I'm going to stand up and stretch all the way over to my Keurig to get myself some coffee. I'll do some like shoulder rolls and neck rolls while I'm standing there waiting for it. And that will refresh us for this next one. We'll start up our 25-minute time block. And our little timer will start us off here in a minute. Just a gentle re-entry. There we go. How was your sprint? My lawnmower person just arrived, so I don't know how that will affect. I think it'll be okay. I've recorded podcast episodes when he was here, and it was really only when he was like right up against my house that I could really hear the lawnmower very much. Springtime means that all the grass is growing again. Lawn care is a real thing. In the desert, you don't have to deal with grass, right? Yards are rocks or concrete. And there's definitely advantages to both and disadvantages to both. But yeah, lawn care is the one thing that, like, I would rather be out in the snow a million times more than out having to mow the lawn. So it's the one thing that I get help with. Otherwise, I am strictly DIY. It's just one thing. Also, DJ Roomba, who cleans my floors for me. That's just the name of my Roomba. I named him DJ Roomba because of Parks and Recreation. How did that sprint go for you? I made more progress with getting my interviews, like invitations sent out. I had a snack, which I desperately needed. I got my coffee, which I desperately needed. Because we're at about just a little over halfway through. I figure I've got a good solid 2 hours left in me for sure. And honestly, I don't want to make any promises. Maybe more than that. It will depend. I also might need to just kind of get out of the house for a little while. But anyway, that's pretty good. Okay, so Carrie says she got 2 scenes written in that sprint. That's fantastic. Allie read solidly the whole time. Ellie says character sheets are fun. Oh, you know what I keep forgetting to do? Do you know what I keep forgetting to do? Wait, how do I do it? Oh, show. I keep forgetting to show people's messages. And then I see other people do it on sprints. And I'm like, I got to remember to do it. Finally, 6 to 7 weeks into doing these live streams, I finally remembered. Oh, it's so fun. Boom. Allie read the whole time. Boom. Do you hear it? Can you hear it, actually? The lawnmower. Character sheets are fun. I know that might get changed as you write, but that's the benefit, right? Because then if they do get changed, then you have one solid place. You're not like making the change to your character over here in chapter 45, and then you know that you can make the change throughout. You have like one central location for it. That's my understanding. I think that kind of preparation is so helpful. Okay, Yaza says, oh, I'll show you. Yaza says that the words and the ideas are flowing. I love it. The words and the ideas are flowing much like the ocean near Perth. I don't know. I just wanted to talk about the flowing and the water and the flowing. That's great, Yaza. So glad to hear it. And then I finished the final character sheet on your to-do list. Look at us getting stuff done. I love it. So what's the next step then, Ellie? When you are done with your character sheet, now what are you going to move on to? The actual, like, you're going to start writing, or do you have like additional prep stuff to do? I'm so curious. That's great. Let's see, I have been listening to my Focus at Will Alpha Chill playlist, which just helps me focus literally so much. So I have that playing. I have been quietly listening to a podcast in the background because it's like it distracts some part of my mind that wants to be engaged, but it's not so like it actually helps me focus. Just couple different things going at once. There's no visual to it, so it's better for me than having a TV show play. So that's what's working for me this morning. LE says, oh, that might get a little loud because it's playing right by my microphone. LE says the next step is writing the start of Act 2. Hopefully now through to Act 3, your nano goal. That's fantastic. Oh, and you did the sheets mainly to remind yourself what got written. Okay, I see. Okay. Like updating them based on what you've written so far. I think that's so wise. Wisdom and creativity popping off here. Hopefully at the end of this 25-minute sprint, for sure. My front yard doesn't take very long to mow at all. So by the end of this, you should be in the backyard and we won't hear it anymore. Okie dokie. Let's get going. Such good sound effects. Okay, it'll start us off. Let's go. I literally cannot believe how fast that went. Cannot believe it. Oh, I was going to bring you in gently with the music, and I forgot because I was astonished at how quickly that went. I was hopping in and out of my podcast stuff and my interview invitations and then work stuff. Next weekend, I'm running a photo shoot, 2 photo shoots for my nonprofit, the Dragonfly Home. We've got one at 2 o'clock and one at 4 o'clock. And so I'm trying to oversee, I've got a lot of help with it. So I'm very thankful, but overseeing models and attire and getting people lined up and all that stuff. So I've been kind of hopping around with different things productivity wise. Usually I'm off on Fridays, but sometimes you just can't be totally off. But it's good. I feel like stuff's getting done. I also had another idea for a podcast interviewee. So I got someone else to reach out to. All right, what do we have happening in the comments? Yazza says, my laptop, my laptop is overheating. Must be the friction from typing so fast. Yeah, so you just got like smoke just rolling off of your fingers. I believe it. Not sure how much longer I'll be streaming, but you have to let it cool down. I get that. I'll be here at least another hour and a half. Yazza, and I don't know if it's helpful or not, but my computer could probably use it. Yeah, when I just like prop it up a little bit, that seems to help. Yeah, let that guy cool off. Yeah, I'll be here for a while longer. So we'll be happy to have you. Devin has entered the chat. Allie said it. I'll say it. # delightful Devin. Good to have you here. Devin is 11:30 your time. Oh, here we go. Sorry. All right. And here's Sako. Sako likes to lurk or kind of slide in unbeknownst to everyone. Just checking out, just seeing what's going on, how things are going. Welcome, Sako. Good to have you. Let's see. We've got delightful Devin. We've got awesome Allie. Sako's in the house. 150 words by Ellie. That's great. Okay, so in the actual writing of your second act, right? That's fantastic. Okay, good to hear it. Oh, I'm so glad as well so that you could join us. Sako, did you do a live stream this morning? Like, did you do is already done? Or do you have some going on later today? What are you working on? Got some hearts from Allie. Got # marvelous Melissa. Thank you. The actual writing. Actually, I felt bad when I said it because I'm like, oh, are you actually doing the writing now? Listen, the character sheets and all that stuff. It is actual writing and it's important. I didn't mean to be diminutive, but I think you probably knew what I meant. So, all right, thanks for that. Yes, my sprints are not as, it's weird, they're not as focused on like one specific task today. And yet I feel focused and like I'm getting a lot of smaller things done. Small things that are actually for bigger things. So I'm pretty glad about that. Did your witchy thing this morning with Doll. I know who Doll is. I think I've seen her on some other live streams before, like the worldwide write-a-thon that Jessica Williamson, that's the name that I always struggle with. Remembering if there's the sun on the end. Yeah, I think that I saw Doll there, and you might do some sprints later. Okie dokie. Y'all can watch out for that. Thank you, Ellie. Okay. She was on there. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'm all chatted out. Usually I would do a 25-minute, I just do 25-minute blocks. Shall we like spice it up this time? Anybody want to suggest a time for a sprint? Oh, I will do a thing. Oh, here we go. If you know who Brooke Passmore is, that was some sound effects for you. She will do a thing where people give her suggestions for amounts of time for a sprint, and then she writes them down on pieces of paper, and she tosses them in the air, and then grabs one, and that's what it is. I like it very much because it's like a party. It's like confetti. All right, 2021, I've got that one written down. Now, the thing is, Brooke has a timer that she can do really specifically. Oh. Requesting time suggestions with me here. Brave. I am brave, Devin. Bring it on. I can handle it. Because also, if you do something outlandish, I'll just say no. Outlandish, hashtag outlandish Devin, which doesn't have the ring to it, and yet I might start using it, even if it's not alliteration. Outlandish Devin. Ally says 23:45. I like your style. I like your style, Ally Ray Deatherage. "35 minutes. Ooh, much longer than usual. So what I was thinking is that I could just set the timer on my phone, although it will be devious Devin. That's it. Devin's going, wah, ha, ha, ha. Devious. You're right, Ally. So it'll be backwards on my phone, but I could do that. Set it up like a little timer. 8 seconds. You think I wouldn't do it, but I would. Okay. I'm going to write it down. Oh, it will flip it around properly. That's right. It was just in YouTube that it was backwards. Okay, so that could work. What else we got? Anyone else? Last call. I have additional slips of paper here, just waiting for your suggestions. Making them even. And then I did a thing where I put my phone into, must be in my closet. Ally says 29. I mean, you did already give a suggestion, Ally, but all right, I'll allow it. I get so strict. 321 minutes. Here's what I'm going to do with that. Then Ellie says 11:53. You got it. All right. That's my last little slip of paper. Do I have a hat or a box of sorts? I could do that. Oh, I was going to just toss them in the air. I don't know how this is going to go. Just going to toss them and they're just going to go everywhere. No, that was kind of honestly kind of anticlimactic. Let me try again. I was too gentle. I was too timid with my toss. I don't want it to go in my coffee. As soon as they left my hands, I was like, uh-oh, but none of them went in my coffee. Okay, this one landed up on my little elevated, I have like a desk on a desk to lift my computer up for my neck purposes. So I'm going to go with that one. What is it going to be? Is it going to be 8 seconds? Wow, I really crumpled this up extremely well that I cannot get it unfolded. Are you kidding me with this? The winner is 11 minutes and 53 seconds. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ellie wins. I'm going to hold on to the rest of these, though. Why not? I have done a thing before where I roll my my D&D die, my polyhedral, right, die, to determine the time. That has worked. It's been fun. Here we go. Here's my little tripod. Hey, I just realized that I've had my focus music playing this whole time. Does it make it hard to hear because it's right by my microphone on my computer? Let me know. I can turn it down or turn it off. Okay. 7 months, 2 weeks, 5 days, 9 hours, 3 minutes, and 8 seconds. Honestly, Devin, if I could have that exact amount of time to just work on whatever I wanted, I'd take it. I'd totally sprint for that time. I mean, I'd have to sleep, but you know. Ellie, haven't won anything in a while. Oh, I'm so glad to be able to facilitate this moment for you. Where's your little slip? There it is over there. I've got the rest of them. Putting them there. This is probably the most exciting thing that will happen to me all day. Or at least the most unexpected thing that will happen to me all day. Life is not so exciting during quarantine. It depends on how you define excitement. I don't know. I find my sprints and participating in stuff like that pretty exciting, but it depends on the person. Okie dokie. 11, what was it? 11:53, right? Just that fast. Yeah, that's right. Okie dokie. Oh boy. Well, it's sideways right now, but I'll get it set right so that we can all see it. Don't need this. Oh, I might try and find something else. I might replace it with an online timer. It's going to take a little finagling, but you do not need to be a part of that. You all can start sprinting. I know this has been a longer break, but thanks for bearing with me because this has been very fun for me. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're doing our, get the thingy here, 11:53. Activity block. And it is ticking. Okie doke. Let's get started. That was the loudest, most startling timer I've ever heard. I'm so glad to. What I like about the one I usually use is because it's just a very like gentle little ditty that it plays for us. But that was like an old-fashioned alarm with the two bells on the side, and it's ringing back and forth. No, thank you. Okay. But I like it for its versatility. It's ugly, it's loud, but those things are not so important. I can do our specific times with it. So I think it's a pretty good option for right now. How did that go for everybody? 11 minutes and 53 seconds recommended by L.E. Vera. Hannah, nice to have you here with us today. What are you working on today? Hannah Palmer, rock star author. Glad that you were able to join in. Dia got 209 words, 209 mots. Dia is French, and so I just need to take the opportunity when I can to say even a little bit in some French. Dia, did you say what area of France you're from? Anywhere close to Poitiers? Places I've been in France. Poitiers, La Rochelle, Nantes, Paris, of course. Lyon. What was that place? Oh shoot, Annecy is maybe the prettiest place I've been to in France, and Biarritz, and what's it called? Cannot think of the name of it. Just went out of my head. It's in the Cognac region. What is? I have a friend literally who lives there. One second. I just can't. It's one of the major cities, like between Poitiers and Biarritz. One second, everybody. I can't not look it up. Bordeaux. Good Lord. All I could think of was Burgundy, a different type of wine. Anyway, those are the places I have been and spent a little bit of time. Let me know. You live in any of those areas? Okay, moving on. Sako. Oh, here we go. Sako did mostly planning and self-care. Super important. By the way, 209 and 91 words here. Like this is a pretty dang good amount of words for just an 11 minute and 53 second sprint. Well done, my friends. Planning and self-care. That's awesome. Bit shy to say, I understand. Not everybody wants to share what city they're in. I totally get that. Not close to Poitiers. Okay, no problem. Editing at the moment. Oh, here we go. Hannah says, editing at the moment, nearly ready for beta readers. That is a huge step. That must feel pretty vulnerable. Is this your first time doing something like that? Is your first time working with beta readers, or are you experienced at it? Either way, giving out this little thing that you have worked on, this baby that you have been working on, for other people to comment back on it, that's a really vulnerable feeling. Congratulations, though. It's brave. So good for you. Oops. Okay. Well, I say let's go ahead and toss another option in the air. I have all of our, if you're new here, we wrote down some options for sprint times, and I'm just going to throw them in the air. They all landed on the floor. I'm going to judge it by the one that's closest to me. Is it going to be Devin's 8-second suggestion? Ooh, it's not. It is very much the opposite of being super short. That's a long one. I've never done a 35-minute sprint. Are we ready? Are you ready for this? 35 minutes. I think for this one, I'm going to go back. I wonder if my pretty What do they call themselves? Lots of Colors. It's literally the name of the channel. Lots of Colors. And they have a bunch of really pretty, like those pastel timers. I'm going to go and see if they've got a 35-minute one. Lots of Colors. If not, then we can always. I have some new ones. 10 hours of disco lights. That's literally the name of the video. That's funny. Huh. They have a lot of stuff that's broken up into. Excuse me. Well, here's a 30-minute timer with a 10-minute break. Could make this work. Here's another 30-minute. Here we go. Here's a 60-minute one. So we'll just set it. Hey, that was not me. Was an ad. I didn't. She was real quick on the draw there. All right. We're going to go ahead and share this. Stop this one. And start up another one. And we're, okay, well, I just clicked it in the wrong place. Oh, pretty good. 35 minutes and 2 seconds. I'll take it. This will be, okay, let's go back. Hannah says it'll be time number 3, but it doesn't feel any easier. Yeah, that makes sense. That's interesting too. You would think it would get easier, but I guess it's still something new every single time. So it just feels vulnerable every time. Ally's excited for a 35-minute, a 10-hour sprint. I gotta say, I am very drawn to the idea of challenging myself with a really long sprint like that, or like a long stream. There's this podcast called the Doughboys podcast. It's very dumb, very silly. And it's a podcast about fast food chains or chain restaurants, basically. And those guys are getting ready to do a 25-hour live stream where they do, it's going to be like a charity fundraiser. I mean, they have tens of thousands of followers, and so that's actually something. But I thought, man, I've with Dragonfly, my nonprofit, for a long time, I've wanted to do something like that. But I'm like the only one on the team who has any interest. So I think I would probably just do it myself as a fundraiser for Dragonfly, but it's not quite the right time yet. Anyway, what I'm saying, Devin, is that a 10-hour live stream, it does appeal to a weird part of me to like really like dig into something. Anyway, okay, we're all very excited for you, Hannah. Right up your street, Devin. Ally Alexis is back, and she says moo. And we got our Ally and our Ally, Ally and our Ally, and all the emojis. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and dive into our 35-minute, a 35-minute productivity block. Sorry, I heard something and I lost concentration. Okie doke, let's hit it. it ended, but I had put our timer on mute. Who knows? Anyway, hello, 35 minutes. How did that go for everyone? That was good. It was a good long one. I made some progress toward researching some purchases that I need to make for the business. And I'm slow to make such purchases. I have to research every option. It usually takes me sometimes years, legitimately over a year, to make a decision about a purchase. And I'm glad I waited because I found a YouTube video that provided excellent information that helped me to make a better decision. So anyway, that's how it went for me. Okay. Allie was half reading, half sleeping. Well, granted, you've been up since what, 2 or 3 in the morning? So that makes sense. Oh, your channel got a copyright strike. For what? What did it say? I mean, just because were you playing some music, but like you'll be allowed to continue. That has happened with me before, where you're playing some music and they detect it. But like in my cases, the artists have given permission. You just can't be monetizing with the music. But that's just one situation. Ugh, I'm so sorry though. That's super frustrating. Devin, yes, it was 35 minutes plus ad time. The one time when the ad is playing when I'm not in front of it, right? Sometimes it startles me because I'll be working away and then a face pops up on the timer and I'm like, what? So I hope you enjoyed it. Did it convince you to purchase something, even though you couldn't hear it? Yes, we're concerned for you, Sako. Ellie got 285 words with some researching in between. That's excellent. 285 words further down the road toward your goal. Been reading a book on the air and the author claimed your videos, which added up to a strike. Shoot. Can you reach out to the author maybe? I mean, it could be free promotion of their book or their book series or something. Either way, that's just you just don't want to have to take the time to deal with that. So yeah, that's unfortunate, Sako. Hashtag all night Allie. It's true though. Yes, we are bummed for you, Sako. Daya got 523 words. Excellent. Yes, moving along toward that Camp Nano goal. Allie's been up since 4 a.m. It's pretty much sleeping in for you, right? You're like, ooh, 4 a.m. Sleeping in, just being so lazy, sleeping in until 4 a.m. Sleeping in isn't lazy. And I'm sorry that I even intimated that. That's an old school way of thinking. It's just plain old good sleeping in. And then Sako reached out to the author, but not expecting much. You never know, right? You never know. But I hope that it turns out well. Hope that you can reach a good solution with that person. Yeah, the author doesn't want publicity. Yeah, people can be have their reasons for deciding things in a certain way. Well, Sako, I hope that it turns out for you. Okay. I have our last little pieces of paper here. Oh shoot, I dropped one. Okay. We'll go in, there's 4 pages of reviews in the book. Okay. All right, well, we'll find out what happens, I guess, if you decide to share, Sako. Goodness. Okay, let's schedule our last sprint of the day. It's 10 minutes to 12 my time. Two, three, four, five. It is. Can you see it? 23:45. That's a good time for a last sprint. I'll be ready to eat lunch after it's done. My lawn care guy is making good progress, and we'll wrap up. Oh, if only it had all, whoops, only if it had all been on, see, they were up there, the painting and the thing, and I ran into my desk, and now they're down there on the floor. I don't know how much you could see with the timer, which is kind of a shame, honestly. And a dramatic conclusion, not quite. Ally says, me! It's true. It was your time. I didn't emphasize that enough. My apologies, Ally. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and see if I'll get this approximately close. It only lets me go in 10-second intervals. Oh. All right, you get yourself counted down so that we can officially start. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to pick up my artwork off the floor and put it back. Alrighty, here we go. And that is it. I thought I had made a decision toward a purchase, but I hadn't. I started diving back into all of the information I had gone over before, looking at some different opportunities. I want to invest in what I'm looking at, but at the same time, I really want to make the best decision. And at the same time, I'm definitely overthinking it, and it's time to just make a decision about something. It took me like almost a year to decide which little freezer to purchase to put in my garage. It took me about a year to decide which vacuum to get. And I thought when I first started looking that a Roomba was beyond my reach, but it wasn't. And it's one of the best purchases I've ever made, as well as the freezer. I love it. And now I'm looking at something else that I feel like I know which one I should get, but I just want to exhaust all options. Analysis paralysis is what some people call it. Anyway, still, if I have to do the research before I can make the decision, I've done more research and I'm that much closer to making a decision. Oh boy. Anyway, so let me know how that was for you all. How did you do? What did you get done? Did you get some of them words in, or more research, or organizing, or planning? How did it go for you? Now I need to plan what I'm going to eat for lunch. Actually, I feel like I already know. And I need to place a grocery order for tomorrow. Riveting YouTube content. But that's life. Got to get my list made. Ellie says, I think I've said this to someone before. You can flip a coin. Heads is yes, buy it. Tails is don't buy it. That's true. Okay, I was going to say, then I'll tell you right now, no matter where it lands, I'm going to go with don't buy it. Because that's always what I think. If you say this right here, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to do what the coin is facing, but it will probably tell you what you're really feeling about it. I already know what I'm feeling about it. Tails, don't buy. Not yet. I'm not ready yet. Similarly, I will know when it's right. I just trust that in myself. And now that you mentioned it, Ellie, earlier, I was pretty sure I'd come up with a good decision. So I need to revisit that because that's what I was really feeling about it. So I need to re-examine that. I just don't ever want to rush into a purchase, but basically never ever will. So that's it. But I'm going to consider it for the rest of the day. Allie is making, thank you, Ellie, also for your suggestion. Allie, it just made me think Ellie and Allie are very similar. You're almost name twins. You're like, it's like Allie Deatherage and Allie Alexis are identical name twins. And Allie Deatherage and L.E. Vera are like fraternal name twins. Just to get real technical with it. Allie Deatherage is making a reel for Instagram. That's awesome. Speaking of Instagram, I said Instagram. I did say Instagram. 1 second. Okay. I got distracted by a message. Speaking of Instagram, Hannah, Rockstar Hannah, thank you very much for sharing me in your stories. I'll reciprocate here when we end. I appreciate that. L.E. Fraternal name twins. Nice. Well, I guess that will wrap us up. I mean, my natural inclination is to say, what are you going to work on? What's your Camp NaNoWriMo plans for the weekend? What other plans do you have for the weekend? But we don't necessarily have time for all of that. I am pretty hungry, and so I'm ready to hop off. It's been almost 5 hours, but pretty good. It's one of those times when I didn't finish anything but I took steps toward different things. And so the type of progress made is different, but it's progress nonetheless. But Ellie kind of said something similar. Ended up eating and watching a YouTube video during the last sprint. Lost some steam now. I get it. It is still productive. Yeah, if you were able to kind of replenish your energy and just take a little bit of a break, all of that folds into productivity. So I'm with you on that. I'm glad that helped. Ally's reel is up, so we can check that out at AllyDeatherageArt. #relaxation sprint indeed. All right. Thank you to all of you for joining. It was wonderful to have your comments. I always say this, your comments in the comments, to chat with you via comments. I loved it. I love hearing from you. Those of you who are doing Camp NaNoWriMo, all the best. If you need sprints, I mean, obviously you can look at Devon's playlist for YouTube sprints. If you're not feeling YouTube sprints, or if there's not someone running sprints at the time that you're wanting, check out Nano Word Sprints. It's an account on Twitter. Most of the time, they've got someone leading sprints on there just via Twitter, and you time yourself if you're not familiar with that. Those are helpful as well. All right, and with that, my friends, have a lovely weekend. I'll see you next week, perhaps. Goodbye.